Welcome. Friday. I'm a little late, but it is what it is. Rip Decode's laptop. I mean, that really sucks. Well, at least you didn't pay it yourself, I guess. That makes things a little bit better. If you've gotten it from your previous employer, like, at least that makes it a little better, you know? Yeah, I get you, man. Dock is more important than a laptop. A living thing is more important than an inanimate object, you know? Good for you, man. Good for you. For saving the dock instead. So yeah, little late. I just got home, but we're just gonna make some sounds probably. Don't know what we're gonna make. The downside of coming home just before streaming is you have no plan and no preparation, but we'll manage. See, oh, I actually almost guessed it right today. I have eaten, yeah, I have eaten. I did that on the way home. Wouldn't be able to stream otherwise, you know? With a growling stomach. Wouldn't be too great. Cool, let's see, what are we gonna do today? Let's just... How are we feeling today? Let's see. You could resample the stomach growls, yeah, I guess that could be a thing. Not that I have them at the moment, so... Oh, you probably could, yeah, absolutely. D-sharp? Might as well. Do we have some kicks in D-sharp? Let's add a little serum. I actually realized that I didn't know this before, but you know when you and this has probably been a thing in Serum 1 as well, but I just never knew. If you take like a modulator and you drop it on a knob that is sort of like exactly halfway, so for instance the cutoff here, you know how it goes bipolar? So like both negative and positive, and the same happens here with the pitch. If you you can obviously click, do Alt Shift and then click on the modulation to kind of change that. But if you just drag and hold Alt, it does that. I never knew that. I accidentally stumbled upon that when I was messing with some stuff yesterday, and I hold the Alt while I dragged it, and I was, huh, oh, nice. Maybe, maybe read the manual. You would have known. But yeah. Damn needed that. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Um. Okay, that could work. Okay. That might actually be cool. Yep. actually like that one the most. What do we have in? Do we have something in D sharp that I made in the past that we could maybe use? Let's see. What do we? Or it doesn't have to be D sharp, but I'm just gonna go and look through, see if we have something cool. What's this? Just some cinematic sounds. Yo, Maltese Fat One. Welcome. It's actually some nice atmosphere. Just a D note, but I don't know where I made that from, honestly. Doesn't say in the file name. It does say atmosphere. Could maybe use one of those as a layer. Let's just put that on for now. Not really feeling those. What do we got? What is that? Ooh, I remember those sounds. It's a shame I should have resampled it without reverb, but wait, we can check. This is from 6/1. So that's, what is that? That's June 1, 2024. Let's see. June 1. Can we sort this by date? I have the project here. This should be that project, or that sound, I think. Sounds different though. But it is the same thing. I probably did some resampling and then probably messed with this one. What else is in here? A portal. That probably was something I messed with as well. Let's see. I think the samples sound better from what I'm hearing here. There's actually some cool things in there. It does sound kind of similar, at least these ones sound similar. Don't know what I did here. Sounds like some erosion. Chuck. Welcome. There's some pretty cool sounds in there. I just wish I had saved the patch with the distorted version, because that one sounds kind of cool. But I didn't. I have just this thing, which isn't exactly that. It's kind of like the first two, but not the second two. What was it? Something with chorus. That one. Let's see. Let's dissect this for a moment and see if I can figure out. Okay, I think the portal is what I changed. I probably started messing with different presets in here to get some different things. And probably one of the presets in Portal makes it sound the way it does in the samples, probably. There's some weird pitch things happening, and I like some wobble, and I don't know where that is coming from. Trying to figure that out. Is it the infiltrator? I guess, because that does the speed and intensity here. So if we turn that off. What is this in actually? In D. So what if we just... That doesn't do anything. Oh, it does. But we also, do we have a, maybe a chord device or something, or a skill device in here? Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. So what if we just change that as well? There's also some really high resonances happening, and I think that is the roar that is doing that. See that stuff that you can still hear now when we stop? I think that is the roar. Some like aliasing kind of stuff. Maybe if we turn on high quality, that goes away. No, it doesn't. It's still there. And if we take roar off, it's gonna be quieter, but seems to be gone. So maybe we replace roar. It's kind of annoying, you know? What could we replace it with? Like we can just chuck a thermal in here. Yeah, but there's like some really like nasty resonances happening at the top and with the roar for some reason that don't seem to be there without it, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's just see what happens if we make this quite a bit louder with this and see what happens. We should have some pretty... Let's choose one of these here. See? It's not happening now. Like when you have a roar, there's this, see? That it sounds like it's like aliasing distortion or something. And I don't know why it would do that, but I remember having an issue with that as well when I was doing I think I was using roar on some drums, and it was also creating these sort of like weird ass fucking frequencies, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, it probably has to do with how roar works, but might be the bias, honestly, that's moving around. Now I kind of wonder, so let's turn that to 0. Does it still happen? No, so it is because of the bias. It's not happening though when I set it to a static value. So when I map it to something, does it happen again? That's weird. That's weird. So it happens when it's mapped, but when I move it myself, it doesn't happen. Huh? Please explain that to me. Yeah, I know it introduces a DC offset, but I really don't know why it wouldn't do this when I move it myself. But when it's mapped to a macro, it does these sort of like resonant frequencies. That's fucking weird. See, as soon as I map it, we get all that stuff. That's strange. So if I... Does that happen with... Now I really wonder. If I map it to just a regular LFO, does that happen as well? I would assume it does. Let's just do Stray or something, or I don't know, Glider. And we map that with 100% range to the bias. It doesn't. Okay. That's even weirder. Because what this... What? I don't understand. Why would it not do it now then? Because the device that I'm using for modulating the macros, this one, it's basically just a bunch of LFOs that are moving the macros here. That's a weird bug. If we do that, and we map this. Doesn't do it now either. That's so strange. So for some reason, if it's mapped to these macros that are moving automatically because of this device, it creates those frequencies. Huh? That's really strange. See? So I've mapped it to macro 8. Let's map it to one of these, macro 14. Let's can I exclude that from the movement? I think I can. Let's how do we do that again? We do this and then call macro 14 feedback because it automatically knows to not use that macro if it's called feedback. And we map this now again. Yeah, it excludes it. If we then move it with an LFO, let's just chuck the LFO in here. And we move this macro knob. Let's just say that map to here. So it seems to be because of this device. Fucking strange. I don't get it. Okay, that makes it even worse. Okay, now it has it. Now it has just stopped making sound completely. What the hell? Okay, there we go. That's so weird. And I really don't understand it. Because really what all this device is doing is just moving the macros at a random rate. That's literally all it's doing. And this frequency modulation is not really doing anything to the sound, it's just changing the rate of the movement, basically. That's all that's doing. So even without the frequency modulation, it still does it, so... Absolutely weird. I mean, in theory, we could replace this device with, like, what? Wait, I think I have another one that does a similar thing. Let's see if that one does the same thing. Now I'm kind of wondering. If we turn that off... I think I had another one that did a very similar thing. Was it the device animator? I don't think so. Wait, it could be. No, this was for just devices itself, I think. There was also device decimator, which is part of the Max for Life API, so I think it was this one. So this track, yeah. This track, device, list. Okay, that doesn't work. 12. Device, instrument rack. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't do anything now. But this is kind of the same thing. But it's not really doing anything. For some reason, this thing is just broken, I think. So that doesn't work. But you could replace it with a bunch of LFOs, but then you're gonna have like a shit ton of CPU use. More than with this device, at least. It's still weird though, because it only happens to roar. So it's not just because of this device, right? It's also because roar is doing something weird. And why have we stopped making sound altogether? Even when this is now back on. Huh? Might have just broken it completely. Okay. Bring this back. Let's... Yeah, okay, so that makes sound. Turn that off. And let's turn the infiltrator off. And now if we put... Maybe I need to delete this one completely. And then add the... What was it again? Device... Decimator. Add that in here. We say... Instrument rack. And then we choose instrument rack here as well. And then that should already go as soon as I click that. But we get no sound. Yes, okay, so that device is just completely broken. It's not the other things. And now sound is gone again. Okay, so that is kind of fucked up. And if we undo, does the sound come back? It does. Such a weird fucking bug. Well, that one completely, I don't understand. Because I would expect it to also happen with like other devices then, but I've never had any issue with any of the other devices that I've used it in combination with, only with this instance of Roar, apparently. Which makes it really strange. Wait, is it also in the resampled files that I had? I hope not. It doesn't seem to be in there, though. Oh no, there is. Yeah, I can hear it in this one as well. I mean, there's still cool sounds in here, where it's not happening. But then other ones where you can see those frequencies come up, so it's kind of annoying. Well, whatever. I guess don't use Roar with that device. Now I do wonder though. Can we replicate that? With like a really basic patch? Or is it just a chain, you know? Why it's happening. Let's see. Let's grab serum. And we'll just do a little thingy. Do that. We'll just loop that. And we'll just add a little filter to it just so it sounds a little bit more interesting. Give this some release, maybe a bit of attack and then some decay. Okay, and if we now group this and we chuck that device randomizer device in here and we map that to the rack, yeah, okay. So these are moving, and now we add a roar. In here, and we move the bias. Oh wait, it was a single bend one. Let's do that. Doesn't seem to be happening though. So I was using the diode clipper. Then it's happening. Huh. Interesting. Also, let me turn this thing off. Show toolbar. There we go. So with the diode clipper, that's when it's happening. See? These sort of like frequencies coming in there when I stop the audio. That's that resonant frequency. So if we change the distortion type in here, we might get rid of it. Oh no, it's still there. Really strange. I thought I figured it out, but no, I don't. That's just a weird fucking thing, though. I'm gonna stop caring about it, but we'll just replace the roar with something else. Thermo is always good because then we can move that as well. Map those to some of the macros. Dr. Ozzy as well. Why are all the YouTube people here today? First Chuck, now Dr. Ozzy. Welcome, man. I just got sidetracked with this little weird bug apparently, and I don't know why it's happening. Can't figure it out, but I guess Roar is just fucked. Yo, same man, same. I remember tuning in into some of your stuff a while ago actually. Haven't really been keeping up though, but Still so weird. It's just a really nasty sort of like resonant thing that comes up. You primarily stream on Twitch due to DMCA? I can understand that, yeah. I've had some weird shit. Luckily the last couple of weeks it's been fine. But I think it was, what, like maybe a month ago? Something like that. And I was doing a stream where I was making drums. And I was just designing drums from scratch with Serum. And I stop streaming, and the day I go to bed, you know, and the day after I wake up to see an email that my monetization has been turned off, and I'm like, what? What's going on? So I log into YouTube and I check, and they literally claimed, or like the copyright system just automatically claimed, a section where I was tweaking the resonance on a snare drum. I was like, what the fuck? Like, dude, I'm just literally making a snare from scratch. The only sound that was playing was a single snare in solo. And it just literally just claimed it. And it said like, and the claim was also so stupid. It was like, it said that I had used a piece of music without any drums in it. Like, I checked the original work that it said I had used. And it was like this like, basically some, what was it again? Like some of those that like music that, you know, is just background music basically, like stuff that you can buy off one of those websites for like content creators and stuff. I forgot if it was Epidemic Sound or a different one, but it was one of those kind of companies and one of their music, and it was basically just an ambient piece of music without drums, and I'm like, what the hell is going on, YouTube? Come on. And then the worst part was that I obviously I disputed the claim and shit, and I was like, well, whatever, I'll just type in my usual thing of like, just check the video itself, you can see I'm making everything from scratch, so just remove the claim. Obviously that's gonna take like 30 days or something, and then it gets finally removed. No, the week after I also stream, and I was tweaking, I was working on a tune, and I was tweaking a kick drum. And it happens again, like literally. And I'm like, what the hell? Come on, YouTube. It happened 2 weeks in a row, and it was so annoying. Like, I get it if I do a feedback stream, right? If I do a feedback stream and somebody sends in a piece of music, and that piece of music gets released, I get it. And I'm fine with that, right? I'll just acknowledge the claim and just be, yo, here, whatever, you know? I don't care. But with like a stream where I'm literally tweaking a single drum sound in solo, like, come on. Yeah, exactly. I didn't have a strike with that, but that was the thing. Like, that's the thing with YouTube, right? It's like, it wasn't a strike. They were basically 2 copyright claims. But if the company that is, you know, I file a dispute, right? And that dispute does not go to YouTube. It goes to the company that I supposedly used some music from, which wasn't the case, but that's what happens. And they will be the ones to decide if the claim is correct or not. So, in theory, now it didn't happen, luckily, but in theory, if that company says, or wants to be a bitch, right, and be like, yeah, that's a correct claim, they could say that. Now, maybe if I start making noise on like Twitter or something, I could get YouTube to step in, but they could do that, and then you're dealing with 2 strikes, right? So that's kind of the danger of that whole fucking thing. And it's not like it's easy to get a hold of somebody at YouTube, so if you do get into trouble with that, then, well, good luck. You have to basically just start making noise on Twitter in the hope that somebody looks at it. And even then, you know, it's you have to be a pretty big creator for that to happen. Like, I remember the only time I managed to get something like that to work was when my account got hacked, you know? I've been on Twitch actually, so I have been thinking about I went away from Twitch when they when they had like a whole bunch of stuff with the whole like exclusivity thing with like multi-streaming and stuff, which I know that they removed, so I might actually do multi-streams again. But still, I'm fine. I don't really want to worry about any of it right now, to be honest. Yeah, it's such a broken system, and it has been for years. Creators have been complaining about it for so long, and YouTube just doesn't do shit. It's been like that for like what, like years, as long as I can remember, actually. And you would think with the content ID thing and like, you know, not that I like AI, but with the whole rise of AI, you would think at some point maybe it gets better, right? Because it learns. Well, apparently not, because things are only getting worse. If it ain't Mr. Beast content, they don't care. No, exactly. If you're not one of the top creators that makes them a lot of money, then they won't care. Like, if you're one of the top creators, you have a spokesperson that you can directly contact, but a lot of people don't have that. You have to be a really big creator for that to be a thing, you know? I remember really early on in the YouTube days when I was doing YouTube, I did have some contact that I could contact, but well, that ship has long sailed. It's proven these AI models, the training are getting worse over time. It actually wouldn't surprise me. Shit's fucked. That's just the easy answer. But what isn't these days, you know? World falling to pieces. There we go. Preset name even says it. Such weird sounds. What the hell? Makes such weird sounds. So what do we have here? Let's see what that sounds like on a different sound. Want to hear what that chord progression is. Actually kind of cool, but let's see. Are we gonna use this chord progression? I mean, it's kind of cool. It does remind me from something, though. But what? I'm almost certain I heard that chord progression in a track someday. Don't know which one though, but... Could be, could be. I don't know. I think I heard it somewhere, but I don't know exactly where. Sounds really familiar. Mega Man start sequence? I'm not too familiar with that one. It's been so long since I played that game, so... Let's see. I'm just gonna go and see if we can come up with something else. Now I have this chord progression in my head though, so might have to do something else for a moment before we do that, because I'm gonna go back to that vibe, because now I've heard it a bunch of times. Let's do some sound design before we come up with a chord progression. Let's maybe make... I have been doing some learning with like music theory again. Always good. And I finally, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, I wrapped my head around... Fuck, I forgot the name again. What was it again? What was it again that I learned about? It was when you... Oh yeah, tritone substitutions. I learned about that. No, I learned something else that actually I never understood, but it's so simple that I don't realize why I never understood it, because I actually have been using that quite a lot. And that is, like, I never really understood a lot about, like, what is a mediant, for instance. Like, a mediant literally is just a chord that is a third away from your tonic, which in this case, if we're in what is it, E flat minor, then a third away from that is the mediant, I guess. I never really understood that, but now I do. And a lot of times when so if we are in, what is it, E flat minor, and we go down to, let's say if we're going from here to B minor, or B major, I should say. That's in the scale, right? So that is just a regular. It's not the mediant. Is that the submediant? I don't know exactly, but we can put those together. But we can also make that one minor and get that sound. And that is a chromatic mediant, if I'm correct. Which creates that sound. It's very, very often used in film music, which is really cool. And then you can kind of do that going up as well, which if we go up, we would go F sharp, which normally would be major. Yeah, we can make that minor. We can go. That works as well. That one is so cool. But it's kind of interesting. So, like, if we have just this chord, right? Then you have a whole bunch of options here, because if we go... Speaking of film, there was a new Backrooms movie trailer before yesterday, and the dark synth sound, it has this awesome sound design. You probably can't play it on stream. Probably not. So, like, I think this is the mediant, and then this one would be major in the scale. I think that is the mediant, which is the third chord of the scale. And I believe if we go down in this key, it would be that. I think that's a submediant, but I could be wrong. I could be mixing those two up. So those are sort of like your diatonic medians, which would basically just mean that they are in the scale, right? Diatonic. So they're in the scale. They're just notes or chords that are sort of like present in the scale of E flat minor, right? As you can see. But you can turn those into chromatic medians by just changing a note within that chord. So for instance, if we make this one minor, I guess that would be 1. And then in this case, we could make that minor as well. And that would also be 1. So we would get a B minor instead of a B major. But there's also, because right now I think I'm going up a minor third, as you can see, but there's also a major third. So we can also go there and do this, for instance, or this, by the way. It doesn't have, it doesn't really matter if it's major or minor. They're both sort of like chromatic medians, I guess. But now we have multiple notes that are not in the scale. See, here we have 2 notes now that are not in the scale. And you get that sound, and I guess you can invert that. So that would be 1 as well. And then for the other one, this one, we're going down a major third here, but we could also go a minor third instead. And I don't know, maybe make it minor. So that's also a chord that sort of like still works with this key, which is really interesting. And then there's this other thing of like double chromatic medians, which I guess would be when, if I remember correctly, is when all the notes are out of the scale. Something like this, so I guess that would be this. I'm not exactly sure about that, but there's some pretty cool sounding things. So if you have like a chord progression and you're not really sure where, or it doesn't sound too interesting, I don't know, let's say we are going from... what should we do? I mean, you can just do it with 2 chords as well, I guess. But it works really well with like voice leading and such. It's kind of cool. So let's say, I really like that one though. That change is really cool. And I guess you can also stack them. Let's see. If we have D sharp minor, and that becomes a B minor, which is a minor third below here, or a major third. A major third below. And then we can go below that again as well, I think. So either G sharp or G. So if we would make it G, that would kinda again be just that. Maybe we'll make that minor. You've definitely heard that sound somewhere. So now we're basically we have 2 chords here that are completely out of the scale, that shouldn't work, but they do. See what I mean? And it kind of still goes back perfectly into here. Which is kind of interesting. This could probably go back really easily back into... What would be the 5th of this? Would be A sharp. A sharp. Yeah. You get these weird chromatic sort of like things happening, but it's kind of interesting. What if we chuck that there? Make you minor as well. Get some really weird dramatic things happening, but yeah, can make some pretty cool sounds. And it also, I believe, we can also go into the 4 chord really easily from here, which would be G sharp, or I guess A flat. Which would give us that again. So then we have this movement going up and then down and up, and with a semitone. Yeah, and it also leads back into here. Really interesting. And I never really understood it, but I've actually been using a lot of this, because this right here, this second one, this change, I've actually done that so many times. Like, what is happening here is, like, I always saw this as like, oh, we're just using harmonic minor, right? Which kind of we are. Like, if we go harmonic minor, see? Then suddenly this note is in the scale. That one isn't though, but it still sounds pretty fucking cool. Has a pretty dark sound, but that's kind of interesting, right? So if we replace this with, I don't know, maybe a contact or something. And let's just give it, we do some strings. It is dissonant, yeah, but like, I often like that a lot. Okay, we don't have that big of a range on this one, but would also be out of the scale, but might actually sound cool. Wait, what were we going to here? G, ah. You've definitely heard that sound somewhere. And it sounds so much more interesting than just staying in the scale, if you get what I mean, right? As well, especially in electronic music. Like electronic music, there's very little experimentation in like doing stuff like that, which is a little bit of something that I usually, I sometimes don't like about electronic music in its in the current day. Like there are some people that do sort of like try, but the majority of sort of like electronic music is just this is my skill and that is what we're using basically. And I don't know. Sometimes I just completely love it when you have something that is just willing to go out of that. And it can be really fun as well. Just like making a chord progression without really caring about the scale and just trying notes out of the scale and just trying chords after one another to see which one works, because like a lot of times with music theory the thing is like it's all sort of like and I'm guilty of this as well. Like music theory, it's very easy to fall into this trap of thinking like, oh, this isn't correct, right? And therefore I shouldn't be doing it because it's not correct according to the scale or according to music theory. But in a way, like any chord can come after any chord. And you can do whatever the fuck you want. Because music theory isn't supposed to be a guideline. It's supposed to be something that you can so like use to describe what you did, which is something completely different. And I feel like, especially as well on like YouTube with tutorials and people that teach like music theory and stuff like that, it's very easy to fall into this trap of like, this is what music theory says, and so this is how you should do something, right? And electronic music is very guilty of this. Like I've seen so many people in like electronic music tutorials being like, "Yo, we're using this scale and these are the notes, and so let me fold the scale down so that I only see the notes of the scale, and that's what you should use to make your chords." But that's also a really easy way to get stuck into something that sounds really boring and mediocre. Music theory is about learning the rules so you know when to break the rules. I actually don't agree with that statement. Because I don't see music theory as rules. That's where that's the first mistake. Seeing music theory as rules, because they're not rules. Music theory is literally a way to describe music. That's what it is. Let's say you've written a piece of music and you need to communicate that to a bunch of live musicians. That's when you need music theory to describe what you did. It's not a set of rules. It's a language to communicate something. And that's the main issue I have with a lot of people that talk about music theory on YouTube. It's like they often portray it as this sort of like, I guess, rules, maybe? But that's really not what it is. Camel, Crooked, and Matthews do a lot of this stuff. Yeah, true. They definitely do. Some Noisia tracks as well, actually. The what was the name again? The Shibuya Pet Store track. That one also breaks away from it in a really odd way. But it sounds awesome, you know? The sort of like that synth, that dotted note synth that they have in that track. There is some intervals in there, which, I mean, shouldn't really work according to some music theory, but it does. No, rules is not the right word to describe it. Like I said, language is the right word. It is a language. It's not a set of rules. It's not something you should be, falling into. And that's also like I often, and I like I said, I've been guilty of this as well, where I always would think like, oh, I'm in this skill, or oh, I'm in this skill. But the more I learn about it, the more I realize that that is the wrong way to go about it, because that's not what it's about. It can be really useful though. Music theory. To learn or to understand why something sounds the way it does, or understand what you've done. But that's something different, right? And especially with it, like I said, with an electronic music, like there's very little people that actually dare to sort of like try weird shit like that and just try to break away from what is already, you know, like I guess accepted or something, or maybe common is the better word. Yeah, Matthews also did some stuff as well. There was this one tune, I forgot the name of it, but he did a tune as well where he was in like just I believe just a regular minor or major scale, but then he used the flat 5 in the melody, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. Because like if you have like your scale, so let's say we are in D sharp, right? We have D sharp minor, and then maybe I'll do it here. So here we have, I guess, a D sharp minor, and then let me remove that note. I guess I'm already doing it here as well. Now I'm seeing this. So yeah, I'm kind of doing the same thing here. So, or a similar thing. Like, this is the 5th note of the scale. That's the 5. That is a flat 5, which isn't in the scale, but why not use it? It sounds awesome. No, I don't think it was Zenith. I don't know which track it was, actually. It's been a while since I've listened to some Matthews tunes, but so yeah, and that works just fine in the context of this scale. We could say we can make this a different one. Let's say, what are we going to? That makes sense. And then the harmonic minor is still selected, but even if we just go to the regular minor, you can see that this note is not in our scale, but it sounds awesome when we use it, right? Like, that works just fine. That's what it would normally be, right? If we go to a B major here, because that's kind of what this is. I'm just not using the 3rd note there, but that's kind of a B major chord. This is what it would normally be. That's the 7th. Which kind of works, you know? But then when we make that flat, it suddenly gets this whole different sort of like feeling, which is really cool. Adam's Family? I don't know. I'm just moving some notes around and seeing what happens, but I think I almost did the same thing. Almost. I actually like this chord progression a lot. Actually sounds really cool. Could we use that somehow? Could we use that somehow? Now a cool thing to try out would be this. This is just that. Let's get rid of it. What happens if we move this chord progression to this sound? That would be interesting to hear. Let's just grab the bass notes here and paste those in here. And then move them into the same octave. So we have that octave. I guess we can move that up maybe. That's a B, that's really low, but might work. We could maybe go that, do that. So we have both of those. And then I guess we're using an arpeggiator in this sound, so it doesn't really matter that we have more notes. Because we're just arpeggiating it anyway, so get rid of the roar here. So I guess if we just play this like that, we should still get something. But we have the skill device in here. That's gonna mess with things. Because this skill device is not capable of understanding those chords, I think. Although this skill device is only creating extra notes, I believe. I wish there was a way to make the low note. There is a way. If we group this and then we create another chain and we go into the key mode, we get a chord. But if we then move this to here, could just move it to here, maybe it doesn't really matter. And then we move this to here. We still get our bass notes. I just need to make sure that they're not that long. So if we do a note length device in this chain, and we can just set it to something. I guess we can time sync that and just do 1/2 or 1/4, it doesn't matter. It kind of fucks up on the first time first note when I play it, but if we start from there, it doesn't, so. Because then we can set this one to play random stuff. guess we can move this down here. What's this rack doing? That should be creating extra notes. Ah, yeah, it does, but they're out of tune, but that's where this rack comes in. And that sort of like conforms it back to this scale, which in this case is not our minor scale, but let's just do that. And then maybe we'll include the harmonic minor note there as well. So now it's kind of like regular minor and a harmonic minor combined. It does sound kind of cool. Anyways, I need to piss, so one moment. I'll let you guys just listen to that sound. I'll be back in just a little bit. I just need to piss real bad, so one moment. Okay. New drink acquired as well. Let's see. So I'm not sure if this sound, this weird ass fucking sound is going to be the right one for this vibe. But I do really like that, so I want to see if we can do some sound design that would match that. Now we did have... Where is it again? We had that atmosphere sound. That was kind of a cool sound. It sounds. Somebody said before, like, what is that? Is that a sub and noise? It kind of sounds just like some kind of resampled noise, but then with a basically just like a reese under it, like a low reese. We can probably make something similar because this one is just one note. I think it's just there's not really even all that much happening in here. Cool, let's move you out of the way. Let's move this out of the way as well. And let's see. Why the fuck is my MIDI thing going crazy up here? Do you see that? That icon that is flashing up there, that's the MIDI out thing. So why is that happening? Oh, that's probably because of this randomizer. Yeah, okay, so let's turn it off. It's just sending MIDI signals the entire time. Probably not good for your CPU if we do that the entire time. Unless we're using it for resampling, then it's okay, but... Okay, so what are we gonna do? Let's see. What would fit? Like, we might not use this the way it is, like this, but I just like the chord progression, so that's kind of what I'm thinking of now. Probably want to start with like a drone or something. Gonna go back to... What was it again? This one? $16, 32. Let's do 32 for now. Make that lower. Just loop this for now. It's a cool sound, but I kind of want to change it up a little bit, and maybe can do this in a different way. Instead of taking everything from below there, what if we go up here a little? We take basically the higher frequencies of it, and we shift those down a bit. Let's see. Was that contrast? No, that was compress. We shift those down. Let's just do the gain with a utility so that we can AB it properly. So this makes it a little lower. Kind of nice. Do we have something to give it a bit of a rhythm? Nah, not really the vibe. What do we do? We can just add a hat maybe, that might be easier. Just like a single hi-hat. Okay, so let's see, what kind of sound are we gonna use here to start bringing in some of that stuff? Let's try messing with maybe a vocal or something. Do we have a choir here? That was the progression, right? Going... Ooh, that also works. Ooh, I don't want to forget that. Let's see. That is this 2 times, and then in the second time, going to there, and there, I think. Oh yeah, I had a 7th here as well. That's what I had. Okay, that one sounds kind of strange. Because this note is off. Kind of works. See how we have this chromatic thing happening? Well, not just here, but in a lot of places now. Like we have this leading into here, that goes back here, and then it also goes back down with a semitone. So you get all these sort of like one semitone movements, and it sounds really cool when you do that. And it makes it sound really dark. Like that's first of all, if you want to make something sound dark, is just use a lot of semitone intervals. But even though this one technically shouldn't be in skill, I mean it is. This one is in skill, this one is in skill, this one isn't. It just creates this really ominous sort of like sound. Let's just chuck this on the choir. That note could also still work in this one. Ooh. See? Like this is basically a G minor chord right here. This note is the major 7. So we could actually put that in there as well. Let's see what happens when we do that. Yeah, let's try that out, see if that indeed works. If we have this, it's fucking loud, so it's kind of hard to hear. Dissonant, but might be able to make that work. That one works fine. That one does sound kind of odd. Like, what is that even? Guess that's an augmented chord. Also works. But it also depends on the voicing of what we do. I do like that pattern though, this. Just need the right sound for it. Let's try one of these. Fucking loud. Now it stopped making sound. What? Do we have control over the attack time? We do. Well, that's very subtle. That's so subtle, I'm almost not hearing it. Or is it just on the legato? That might also be what's happening. Let's try a couple of other ones here. Yeah, I wish it had more attack. I mean, we can do that, of course. I'm stupid. Which was the one that we had? This one. Just chose another string also? What? What are you talking about? On track 12? You mean taking a different library? Maybe. I don't know yet what we're gonna do with that. I might not even use the whole chord progression, just pieces of it. I was just looking for a chord progression, and that one sounds kind of interesting. So that's kind of what we ended up with. Probably should also do this one. So that was going to a D. And then I guess a D... That? Yeah. That sounds cool. Should we just do that? I guess then we probably should also do that. Almost wants to go to that then. Sure, Evoke was the right move. Let's see. Might not even go to the chord progression yet. That might also be a thing that we could do. We could... let's just expand our atmosphere thing for a moment. It might be better. Let's just duplicate this track. And let's just delete that. Let's see, we'll just pick something else in here. Let's grab another one. No. We can also make one ourselves, but... Oh. I hate how it closes that thing down when we close contact. Keep that open, please. I like it, but I'm thinking, ooh, maybe idea. Can we fade in the resonant tone of it if we use a soothe on this? That might be kind of interesting. So if we take a soothe, and let's just chuck this up to all the way. It's still quite resonant. Kinda works. Let's just do that for now. What happens if we sidechain it with the track above? No idea. We can try it out. Don't think it will do that much, but we can always check it out. Sidechain, and then we take, which track is that? Track 16. That? But actually liked where that was going. What happens if we start doing this? Don't mind that either. Okay, and something is off. One moment. Narrow. Ah. Yeah, I don't like that. Could we do? Oh, this one. breadcrumbs I just put there so I have a bit of a sense of what the rhythm is, because we're not gonna have to be there, but... This is already pretty long. Don't really need them anymore because we have the pulsating kind of pasting, so we know what the rhythm is now. Right, so some thing coming in here. We just need to do some more sound design right now. Let's open up some kind of a like mid-range kind of sound that we can maybe resample the hell out of, see what happens. Maybe some brass. Oh. Let's actually just keep this. This was all right. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, this probably won't work. Let's mess about with this. See if it creates some interesting thing. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the one issue with Infiltrator, is that sometimes you get an absolute insanely loud burst of sound. What? Where does it get the sub from? Ah, a really resonant filter. Weird. Value current? Please tell me that current value designed that. Why is it going through just a couple of presets? Okay. What happens if we just... All these names, man. Licking Windows. Please tell me that is a reference to Window Licker by FX Twin. What would be the best advice or starting point for making tracks like Skeptical and Alex Perez? I mean, I guess just analyze their tracks. Like, that should be obvious, right? Just listen to a lot of their tracks and try and make note of like what kind of sounds they use. And then reverse engineer from there. Okay, what the fuck? That's weird as fuck, but it kinda somehow works. In a weird way. Let's add sidechain to this. Weird ass fucking sound. It's not even getting lower, even though I'm playing a lower MIDI note into it. That's fucking strange. That might work. Where's the... Ah, probably this one. 668. What if we do half of that? That is 334. Okay, I don't like that one. Nah, I'm already bored with that. Okay, now it doesn't make any sound. For fuck's sake, we had that the last stream, this preset. Just add a limiter here, so that if things get loud, we don't absolutely melt our ears. Oh, what did I do? I clicked the save button. Don't want to do that. Jesus, why are you lagging so hard? Weird. Some of these are pretty nice though for making atmosphere out of it. Ooh. I like that sound. That's awesome. Does this sound like with the portal? Okay, so the portal kind of messes with it too much, I think. We could mix it in with like a little bit, then it should be better, but... But I think without the portal it's actually fine as well, so... Oh yeah, we're not using this one anyway. That sound is kind of interesting. What if we take the reverb out here? Let's try some different portals. That actually sounds really interesting as a sound. Now I wonder what happens if we feed a different sound through this. Let's duplicate this. Because it makes quite a nice sort of like dark sounding atmosphere. So what if we grab a different sound in here? Let's try some different ones. First of all, piano, of course. What does it do to a piano? Actually works really well too. It kind of sounds less noisy, less messy. Although this has more of like... It still has a bit of that brass kind of sound in it though, which is kind of nice. See, that's cleaner. But it does sound really cool as well. So this device is basically turning these into minor chords. So what we're actually getting here is we're getting a minor interval here. And I believe it does... Let's see if we can hear it, if we turn this all off. Let's actually turn everything off except for this device. So we're basically getting that, but I'm also hearing like extra notes up here. Kind of like we're getting that almost. How many voices is that thing set to? Because I believe every voice goes up an interval in the chord. So it plays just a regular minor chord, which is just a minor triad, basically. And we have... Why doesn't it just say a number? We have 6 voices. So that would be this. Basically. We get that. And then here we get this, which actually creates that same kind of thing that we were messing about earlier in the chords. Look. Let's just go to minor for now. I believe if this goes to B, see we get a D here. And we get an F sharp, B, D, F sharp. So we get a similar thing. See, we get sort of like also that sort of like... This is B is a major third below our tonic chord. So that is, I guess, a chromatic median, what it does. That's really interesting. That's why it has that sort of like tone to it. And then this one creates that. That's basically what it's doing to the notes, but it applies it with like this really almost granular kind of sound, like because of the spray. I think if we turn these off, and we just, let's see. See, it creates a little strum on it as well, but That works pretty well. What happens if we throw one of these through it? I guess some plucked strings. It is really wide, but that is something we could probably fix somehow. Can we take the reverb off? It's still really wide. There's already a lot of width coming from probably the grain delay. Or the sound is just wide. No width control on this thing, isn't there? That's strange, actually. Because this is like a unison kind of effect. Why does a unison effect not have like a control for the width? That's fucking weird. I mean, we can just change it, you know, but the sound is getting in the area where it's so wide that it will start cancelling itself out. So, see, it goes quite into the negative, but it's fine. We're just doing sound design right now. Did you use the Ableton fader mixer in session view to blend a track to another? No? What do you mean? What fader view? Fader mixer, what? You mean just these? I never use session view. Basically anything I can do in session view, I can do in the arrangement view as well, for the stuff that I would do. Like, I don't do sort of like, you know, like setting up scenes in here and then triggering them and shit. I don't care about that view at all. What other cool sounds can we put through it? A vocal. Some kind of vocal sound. That might be cool. We got voices in here, but I would like it to be like a short vocal thing. So we got staccato right here. Okay, that doesn't really do much interesting thing. I hoped it was gonna be interesting, but no. I mean, orchestral sounds kinda work pretty well. If it gets too low, it sort of like starts sounding a bit odd. But what happens if we put a sustained sound through it? I mean, I wouldn't even do it from track to track, honestly. If I want to blend two things, I would just put both on the same track and just group them in a rack and then use the rack to blend them. I still think a vocal would be nice, though. Let's try... Do we have short vocals in here? We don't, but... Maybe something without the legato. Some of these actually already get a bit of a vocal tone to it. You hear that? It's almost like there is like a little ooh within there. Interesting. Yo, Angelite. I actually really like this one as well. Well, now I wanna know what happens with some of the other presets in this category in Infiltrator, because we found something that sounds pretty interesting. Let's do that. Or what if we change the chord? That might be weird. It gets a bit much. What if we just have it on octaves? Suddenly doesn't sound all that interesting. Minor chord definitely sounds best. This preset is really cool. So it's just using a delay, a reverb, and a filter. That's literally it. Then what is that? What is that connected to? If it says pitch. Huh? It's connected to nothing? Or am I stupid? Doesn't seem like it is connected to anything. Okay. No. I don't see it connected to anything, so that macro doesn't even do anything, I guess. This one? Right. None of these two macros actually are connected to something. The drive? Is it this little tiny bit here? Nah, right? That's just the line. It's not actually connected to that. We go to a different one. No, that's just a line. So these macros are really not connected to anything. Somebody made a preset, and then I think maybe this preset came about from maybe somebody just tweaking another preset or something, and then just clearing all the macros, and then just forgot to get rid of the macro names and just be like, let's just keep them there. They're not connected to anything. I wish there was a way to quickly see what all the macros are connected to. like a view that would allow you to just see the connections. That would be really, really helpful to dissect some of the presets in the Infiltrator. Sadly, we don't have that, but that would be really interesting if they could add that at some point. Maybe an Infiltrator 3 or something, you know, they'll add like a view, like basically like a mod matrix view where you can see the different things mapped. See what controls what. Like even, it could even show these things as well in like a list view. Because these are basically also mappings, right? They're just mapped to the main big knob out here. What do the other ones do? Or as faceplant? Faceplant actually has the same kind of issue sometimes, where it can be hard to track what everything is doing, because you don't have sort of like a straightforward list view where you can just see all the modulations. Like a lot of synths, like for instance Serum does this and a lot of other synths do it as well, they will have like a mod matrix view, which you don't have to use to map anything or anything like that, but that view in itself can be really helpful to understand what is happening or how somebody made something, because you don't have to sort of like look at all the connections one by one. You can just flip to that view and just check, what are they modulating? Ah, okay, they're doing that. Oh, they're doing that. Oh, what is that they're doing? Right? And then especially if you have like easy sort of like toggleable buttons there so you can turn those modulations off and on, you can really easily dissect things. And Faceplant also doesn't do that. It just has like the modulators at the bottom, and you'll see like these little round sort of like icons for all the connections. But still, it's like, depending on the patch, of course. Like, as if it's a simple patch, yeah, sure, you can easily figure it out. But if it's like a really complicated patch with like a lot of modulation things or like connections in there, it can become a little bit, you know, difficult to figure out what is connected to what. Because you have to hover over it to see where it's going to, right? It's not like a clear view where you just see it in a list view, basically. Still, if you see it in a list with a really complicated patch, it can still be difficult to understand, you know, because there's a lot of shit, but it can make it easier. On Ableton device, it shouldn't necessarily be much of a issue. Ooh, that makes a dark atmosphere. Quiet as fuck, but... Infiltrator is amazing, actually. Maybe we just take... Is the audio LFO still doing something in here? They're mapped to... Oh yeah, they're mapped to the portal. We're literally going from... a brass kind of horn sound to obviously it's not only Infiltrator, but... I think I'm gonna make a whole bunch of presets for Infiltrator someday. Would also be a good way to better understand the plugin and get familiar with it, you know? That preset is pretty fun too. And these are also atmospheric, well... Actually, I like that one. The hell? Okay. What did you say? Twilight Zone? Is that a newer preset? I haven't updated in a while, although I don't see an update notification. But I don't see a Twilight Zone. Or are you referencing one of the presets that we just had? Sound design. Ah, okay. Can do some really weird stuff with this, man. Oh, that one is pretty good too. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to sit down one day and just make a whole bunch of presets. what the hell is happening here? Probably some spectral stuff. Yeah. During a live stream, yeah, sure, we can do that. Ooh, that can be fun for like a neuro-based kind of texture. Putting that on top of like some neuro-bass. That's kind of interesting. What that does. But it's really interesting how with this you can literally take like a sustained sound and then make it rhythmic, like this, right? Possibilities are so insane. Cyberpunk neuro-ish, yeah, kinda. And then there's, of course, also this whole category here with like all the presets by other people. I don't know half of the people here though. I know a couple, of course, but... Hey, Venus Theory. What did Venus make? Like, who is that? Okay, yeah. Preset name does make sense. Yeah, Creatures is in here as well. Didn't make too many though, but... Oh, that one is interesting. Black Sun Empire. See, now that is an interesting thing. That would be an interesting one to dissect. Like, how the fuck? Like what? Making it into that first? Then that? Like how the fuck? At that point, like when you hear this, you don't expect it to ever turn into the end result. I'm sorry, but... It's like, what? Okay, just some pitch movement. making it super distorted. It's just gain, yeah. And then just delays. Like, that's kind of interesting. Okay, that's helpful. That's kind of cool. Cool for making like little things to fit with. I mean, I guess we have this one here. It kind of makes it into a rhythmic thing that you could even, I guess, resample. I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight, though. I'm just browsing presets right now. Made a whole bunch of cool sounds, though, that I like. Mostly here. Those I like a lot. Next week, we're gonna do feedback, though. So, if you want to tune in next week and get some feedback, then prepare your tracks. Because next week you can send them in again. And then we'll have a listen to some music. I'll put the post up in the Discord this week. And then after that you can start posting your tracks. I'll see if I can do it earlier than I did last time. Last time I posted the post like an hour before the stream or something. Maybe I'll do it a little bit earlier, like halfway through the week or something, so people have a bit more time to send their tracks. Not that it matters, because we actually had plenty of tracks last time. If you arrive to finish something, I mean, if it's half finished, you could also send it. Like, as long as it's not just like I mean, you can send it, but like, if it's like a 4 or an 8 bar loop, yeah, then maybe wait, you know. That's because then the feedback usually will turn into just like either this is not great or I don't like it, or it'll turn into this little loop is cool, now turn it into a tune, right? But I guess if it's like a half tune and you're just sort of like struggling to figure out the second half, or you need some ideas on what to do with the second drop or whatever, that's fine. We can do that. Anyways, thanks. I'll be in the Discord. Link to the Discord will be in chat, by the way. Have I seen the bot today? I don't think I have. Which means the bot could be turned off again. Oh no, it's there. Maybe, oh yeah, it has actually done something, but... Okay, I just missed it. That's fine. I'll be in the Discord. And I'll see you all next week. I'll try and be there on time next week. So we can do a bit of a nice long feedback session. Today I just I came home late, and you know, it happens sometimes. You know, work and shit. It's just what it is. But thanks, and I'll see y'all next week. Peace.